Next, I'd like to call for some introductions of the board members. We'll start with Mr. Hardesty.
Yeah, good morning. Paul Hardesty, Logan County.
Good morning, Kathy Justice, Green Rock County.
Good morning, Bob Dunleavy, Ohio County.
Good morning, Vic Gabriel, Harrison County. Good morning, Scott Roytruck, Monongalia County.
Good morning, Deborah Sullivan, Kanawha County.
Good morning, Chris Stansberry, Kanawha County.
Good morning, Greg Wooten, Logan County.
And I'm Nancy White, Harrison County. And Superintendent Blatt, if you would introduce the staff at the table.
Yes, good morning, if our counsel and secretary.
Kelly Talbot, General Counsel.
Tina Payne, Secretary.
Dave Cartwright, Infrastructure Network Operations.
Thank you. Next on the agenda are delegations. Ms. Day.
Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, board members, and Superintendent Blatt. Today we have 12 delegations. Each delegation will have 2 minutes. First, we will ask Mr. Sean Whelan of the governor's office to please come to the microphone, please. And his topic is vaccines.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the governor. There's some misunderstanding around the basis for the governor's executive order that I would like to address with the board today, and also a misunderstanding on the exemptions the Department of Health has provided to compulsory vaccination. The governor is not second-guessing the science on vaccines or ignoring or defying the law passed by the legislature. Instead, he is reading that vaccine law together with another law, the Equal Protection for Religion Act of 2023, which prohibits government action that substantially burdens a person's exercise of religion unless it serves a compelling government interest and is the least restrictive means of achieving that interest. That language mirrors the federal Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which federal courts across the country have described as a super statute, displacing the normal operation of otherwise applicable federal laws. And it subjects those otherwise generally applicable federal laws that run afoul of individual religious beliefs, including compulsory vaccine requirements, to the most exacting scrutiny available, and one that is satisfied in very rare cases. The state IRPA law should be applied the same way. Now, the governor feels strongly that IRPA shouldn't be ignored, but I want to be clear. He is not directing or ordering the State Board of Education or any county boards of education to do anything. That's why the executive order only directs the actions of the health officials that are under his purview. But he is asking for your partnership and support in applying the Equal Protection for Religion Act that has been on the books since 2023, and until he came into office, wasn't applied. That law should be applied as written, and when it is, it requires the religious exemptions to compulsory vaccination that the health department provides. Thank you for your time.
Our next delegation is Bill Martin, a parent from Weirton. Is Mr. Martin here? Mr. Martin is not here. Okay, we'll move on. Next is Randolph Richardson, Trinity Lutheran Church, to discuss mandatory vaccinations. Is Mr. Richardson here? Okay. He can't be here. All right. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Allison Holstein. Ms. Holstein's here to speak on the issue of the immunization law.
Hi, my name is Dr. Allison Holstein. I'm proud to stand here today not only as a pediatrician who cares for children in our community, but also a mother of a child that attends our public schools. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. As both a physician and a mother, I can tell you that immunizations are one of the most critical tools we have to keep our children safe, healthy, and in school. Immunization preventable illnesses don't just affect individual children. They impact our classrooms, our schools, schools and the health of our entire community, including those who are most vulnerable. I want to voice my full support for directives that our schools follow the law regarding immunization requirements, which has made West Virginia a leader in prevention of vaccine-preventable diseases, including measles, which we have had 13 states with outbreaks, including every state that's surrounding us. There's a reason we have not had an outbreak here. As we all know, this is about protecting children. Our responsibility at the local level is to provide a safe and healthy learning environment for every student. I want to thank the superintendent and this board for taking this responsibility seriously. I urge you to continue your work prioritizing the health and the well-being of our students. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Next, we have the Very Reverend Eric L. Wright of St. John's Episcopal Church. His topic is adhering to our present immunization law.
Good morning. Again, I'm Eric Miller. I serve as the rector of St. John's Episcopal Church here in downtown Charleston. Thank you for the privilege to get to address you all and speak today. I am speaking on behalf of continuing and keeping our current immunization standards for our children, for our families, for our school teachers and staff, as well as for our elderly. Our legislature here in the state of West Virginia values our family life and our relationship with God. And as a faithful Christian first, as well as Episcopalian, a close second, we believe in respecting the dignity of every human being, especially those in society who are the most vulnerable among us. And so part of respecting the dignity of every human and loving all of God's creation is to actively seek ways that we can care for one another and love and support one another. God's creation is to care, and one of the ways that we have been willing and able to care for and love each other for generations now is through vaccinating our children before attending our schools so that they are protected from the unnecessary spread of illness and disease. By immunizing our children, we are not only protecting them, but we're also protecting the rest of the staff and our society and elderly as a whole. I encourage our State Board of Education to continue to protect our kids, respecting their dignity and their well-being by holding to the current immunization requirements. Thank you.
Next, we have Peggy Oldaker. Thank you. To speak on the issue of immunizations.
Hello, my name is Peggy Engelmeyer Oldacre, and I am a registered nurse. I've been a registered nurse for almost 30 years, specializing in healthcare education. I have 5 children and 2 grandchildren, 6 of which have gone through Kanawha County schools or are currently in the schools, and then 1 that's 2, so she's not there yet. And since I'm a grandmother, I'm going to put my readers on here. I thank you for letting me speak in favor of the current immunization requirements for schools. It states directly on the West Virginia Department of Education website the truth. And the truth is that vaccinating on time during childhood is the best way parents can protect their child because it provides immunity from 16 potentially life-threatening diseases. You speak the truth, and it's right there in writing on your website. You know the facts. So why are we here today? Why is this even on your agenda? Well, it's a great question considering state lawmakers just a few months ago didn't pass a bill to loosen childhood immunization requirements. And they didn't pass that bill because they polled their constituents, and most did not approve of a vaccine exemption bill. I know you've done your research. I know you know the facts. And so really here as a parent, I am simply here to say that I am sorry. I am sorry that you are having to spend your time on this. You are having to prioritize your time and energy on something that West Virginia does very well. I know you have more pressing issues, and I know that because I am a parent, and I know that we have declining enrollment that you guys want to talk about, consolidating schools, closing schools, cuts in staff, reduced state funding. I know that you guys want to be using your time to talk about your teacher shortages and burnout. So thank you so much for taking this time, and I keep it.
Next, Mary Ellen O'Farrell, the issue of upholding present immunity for school children as required by law.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the members of the West Virginia State Board of Education for your willingness to undertake public service. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to speak here this morning. And my purpose in being here is to say, please, please do not relax the requirements for mandatory immunizations against childhood diseases for students enrolled in West Virginia public schools. I was born in the Kanawha Valley in 1949. There were two families who lived next door to each other down at the end of our block in the neighborhood in the East End where I grew up. The daughter of one of these families became ill with polio. At the time, there were no vaccines. Her mother was struggling to care for her and to keep her younger brother away from her so that he would not become ill with polio. The mother of the family living next door, who was a close friend of the mother of the daughter with polio and who loved her, jumped in to help her take care of her daughter. The daughter recovered, and she and I became best friends in high school. However, throughout her life, she had to deal with serious lung problems due to her experience with polio as a child. Meanwhile, the mother of the next door family became ill with polio from her exposure to little Martha. The mother did not recover. She died. She was the mother of 4 young children. Her husband, who was stunned with grief, mourned her and had to figure out how to raise his 4 young children. Thank you very much.
Next delegation is Tara Ramo, speaking on the issue of truth.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. The book of Psalms, chapter 51, verses 1 to 17, circa 1034 BC. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love. According to your abundant mercy, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my transgressions and my sin is ever before me. Against you, you only have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight, so that you may be justified in your words and blameless in your judgment. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, you delight in truth in the inward being, and you teach me wisdom in the secret heart. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Let me hear joy and gladness. Let the bones that you have broken rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from your presence, and take not your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with a willing spirit. Then I will teach transgressors your ways, and sinners will return to you. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God of my salvation, and my tongue will sing aloud of your righteousness. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth will declare your praise. For you will not delight in sacrifice, or I would give it. You will not be pleased with a burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. O God, you will not despise. Sola gratia.
Our next delegation is Quincy McCown, discussing the Nicholas County Superintendent and County Board issues. Mr. Quincy McCown. Next, we have Tamaya Broward of the West Virginia Center on Budget and Policy. The issue is Randolph County Schools and the Hope Scholarship.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me this morning. My name is Tamaya Browder. I'm an education policy researcher with the West Virginia Center on Budget and Policy. So I'm glad to speak to you all today ahead of your discussion about Randolph County. And I'd like to speak about the example that it has set for the future of public education across our state. Superintendent Dilley pointed to declining enrollment and the loss of pandemic-era relief funds as reasons for the major budget shortfall that led them to consider closing 2 schools and resulted in more than 30 terminations of service personnel, educators, social workers, and counselors. Randolph County faces some unique challenges that other school districts across our state do not. As a rural county and the largest county in our state by land area, they face challenges that often test their ability to maximize funding and resources. Research shows that compared to urban school districts, rural districts are often less able to offer broad curriculum options, fill open positions, or retain teaching staff. These districts also face higher transportation costs and are less able to spread out costs across students because they're serving a fewer amount. School districts across our state are already forced to minimize costs in response to declining funding due to the Hope Scholarship, and with our current funding formula, that's pretty difficult. School districts can more easily reduce spending by cutting staff rather than transportation or other costs like school maintenance, forcing them to limit programming and curriculum options for students and even close schools. The Hope Scholarship is another major driver of the loss of funding in Randolph County, as some local board members have stated. If each of the more than 40 students that received the Hope Scholarship last year received the full award, that amounts to almost $200,000 in public funds that were diverted from Randolph County public schools, while more than $100,000 in public funds were diverted to private schools in Randolph County last year. This county presents a clear example of what happens to public schools when voucher programs are able to operate without restrictions. And this is a program funded through public funds, and as such, it is accountable to the public. So as I close, I'd just like to ask the board to release the most up-to-date numbers of students lost to this voucher program.
Next, we have Del Lee of WVEA, the topic of a hot time in the summertime.
I like to make you smile. And it should be hot fun in the summertime. My apologies to Sly Stone. Governor mentioned during the regular session when things weren't moving very quickly that summer heat gets very hot here in Charleston. And that the legislature, if they didn't start to act, would spend a lot of time here. Well, I'm ready to spend some time at the Capitol. Ready to spend some time talking about PEIA. I want to thank you for your passing the resolution last month. I apologize, I wasn't here, I was out of town. But the support you show for our educators is tremendous, just like you always do. I also want to thank the people who believe that our educators deserve the benefits, the pay, the respect that they need. And when you have 1,500 positions without a certified teacher in it, we're not getting that. So continue to support our educators. It's not just our teachers, it's our bus drivers, our cooks, our custodians, everywhere across the line. You are in tough positions. You have to do what's right and what you believe is right. And sometimes that puts you in the firing line. I will quote my good friend, Judge McGraw, Darryl McGraw, in my second year as president, came up and said, "They're taking shots at you, aren't they, son?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Well, just remember 2 things. If you're not doing your job, they don't shoot at you. And secondly, it's hard to hit a moving target. So keep moving. Keep doing what's right. Let's do what's best for the students of West Virginia and make that our priority all the time, just as you have and continue to do." Thank you.
Our last delegation is Mickey Blackwell of the West Virginia Principals Association. His topic is thanks and congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say thank you to the board, Madam Superintendent, Madam President. It's good to see everyone today. I only had 2 minutes, so I wrote down what I needed to say. Thanks and congratulations. First, I want to say thank you to all of our school administrators, to our counselors, to our service staff, especially our teachers, for getting us through successfully another school year through 24 and 25. And as we head now into 25, 26, they're already working on that. I can assure you that everyone is working today to make sure that the future is successful. And I want to thank them for the jobs that they do and remind you that while we need a certified teacher in every classroom, we also need a full-time principal in every school. And I hope that you will join me in supporting that as much as possible. I'd like to say thank you to our public school librarians and to our public libraries, which are getting materials out to kids over the summer. In some of our counties, they are the only source to be able to find a book or a video or a CD or any of those types of materials. And we need to make sure that we are supporting all librarians throughout the summer as well as throughout the year. I want to thank the board for being active in protecting our schools, in taking an active view of monitoring the behaviors of county school boards and superintendents. Too often our schools get into trouble because they don't have enough help during the school year, and then some folks throw up their hands and bring you guys in. And when we are interceding at the state, to county board level, at the county office level, we're doing good work. You are supporting the vaccination laws. You are supporting the rights of our schools to function under your purview. And for that, I say thank you. Can you imagine the legislature in control of our schools trying to make decisions and all the folks here, the work that they do being replaced by elected officials? Thank you. June's Pride Month. Thank you to everybody.
There are no other delegations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda are recognitions. Superintendent Blatt.
Thank you. We're excited today to recognize two partnerships that we have that help assist with our schools across the states. There is a lot of work to do, and it's with relationships and partnerships with multiple groups and agencies that allows us to be able to do this. So the first group we'd like to recognize is the Adventure Group. And we're recognizing them today and their Outstanding Family Engagement Fellows. It's a collaborative initiative between the Adventure Group, the West Virginia Family Engagement Center, and the West Virginia Department of Education. These fellows have shown exceptional dedication in strengthening family involvement in education and built strong partnerships between schools, families, and communities. Their efforts are making a lasting impact across West Virginia, and we celebrate their passion and commitment to family engagement. And so at this time, I'd like to bring up Kayla Benson and let her explain the program a little further and recognize our fellows that are with us today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for welcoming us. My name is Kayla Benson. I'm the Director of Impact with the Adventure Group, and joining me is my colleague, Victoria Taylor. And also, most importantly, joining me are our two Family Engagement Fellows, Michelle Craddock and Lisa Hayes. So before jumping into the specifics of the recognition, we thought that we would give you all a bit of background and context of the Adventure Group and the West Virginia Family Engagement Center. So we have just a few slides that we'll quickly go through. And I just wanted to point out as we go through the slides that you may see some familiar faces because all of these pictures, they're not stock photos. They're all pictures of actual West Virginia educators, students, and families. No. Oh, there we go. Okay. So first, just a little bit about the Adventure Group. We are an education-based nonprofit. We were founded by Dr. Ladada Taylor, who you can kind of see at the podium in the picture there. She was formerly a high school math teacher from Preston County, West Virginia. And about 24 years ago, she stepped out of the classroom to really reimagine what education could look like. She was seeing needs and the work that she was doing in the classroom, and she took a leap of faith to step out and develop this organization to help find innovative solutions to challenges and opportunities in K-12 education. We've had a strong partnership with the Department of Education since the beginning of the Adventure Group that we're very thankful for. And, as things have evolved over the last 24 years, the needs in education have evolved. The services that we've provided have evolved as well. So, back in 2001, that looked like technology integration into the classroom. So some of you all might be familiar with the TOCs, or Technology Opportunity Centers, from back then. And, as the needs have changed, as we've worked with our partners to identify different needs, our priority focus areas have changed too. So currently, our 3 priority focus areas are family engagement, entrepreneurship education, and youth and family empowerment. So thinking about careers in the next generation of workforce, thinking about how we can empower families and youth through leadership programming, and family engagement, which is really the reason that we're here today. So the West Virginia Family Engagement Center was established in 2018. So we learned of an opportunity to apply for funding through the U.S. Department of Education. And I believe Dr. Ladonna Taylor's first email was to Superintendent Blatt to say, is this a good fit for West Virginia? Is this something that we need in West Virginia? Could we partner and go for this? And we're glad that we did. We were awarded that funding. And in the first 5 years of the work of the Family Engagement Center, we served the 100 lowest performing schools across the state. So we worked in cohorts of 25. Each school was assigned a family engagement specialist, and we really did a deep dive on their needs around family engagement and how we could customize supports to help meet those needs. In that first 5 years, we served 8,983 students and families from 101 schools across 37 counties in the state of West Virginia. And because of the success of that, we had the opportunity to go for additional funding from the U.S. Department of Education to sustain the West Virginia Family Engagement Center. And when we were awarded that second round of funding, again, we met with Superintendent Blatt to say, what are the needs? What's the best way that we can set this up in partnership with the West Virginia Department of Education to really meet the needs that we're seeing of schools and of families across West Virginia? And so we set out with 2 goals. The first goal is to increase family engagement in all 55 West Virginia counties. The first 5 years was great, but we felt limited by that 100 schools number. And if you see the 101 number, actually Lisa's school principal reached out to us. They weren't on that original list and said, how can we work with the Family Engagement Center? So we knew in setting up the second 5 years that we really wanted to be intentional and make sure that we were working with all 55 counties and that we had supports available for any family, school, educator, district that approached us and wanted to work with us. The other goal you see there is around family well-being. So we know that families in West Virginia are in crisis, many of the families that we're working with, and how can we use family engagement as a tool to really increase and enhance well-being of those families and get them more involved in the schools? So those are our 2 main goals of the project, and very important to this 5 years is the list of names that you see on the left there. In our partnership, through our partnership with the department, Superintendent Blatt identified a diverse group from the Department of Ed who partners with us very closely. And the first 6 names that you see there are all West Virginia Department of Ed representatives who are a very valuable and critical part of the work that we do. We meet with this leadership team monthly to talk about the needs we're all seeing in family engagement and to ensure that the support we're providing as the Family Engagement Center are meeting the needs that we're all seeing from across the state. So the work that we're doing would not be possible without that partnership and without that team specifically. So what are we doing as the Family Engagement Center currently, and how does that connect to the fellows that we're here to recognize today? First, we just wanted to talk about our LIFE program, our Leaders Investing in Family Engagement. This is a program that we established in 2021. It was right after the pandemic, and we were hearing from educators and school leaders that they were lacking connection and they were just lacking the time to sit and think about family engagement and how to apply family engagement in their school. So we came up with the Leaders Investing in Family Engagement program, and teams of 3 school leaders meet twice a month. And in the first monthly meeting, they get together and we talk about leadership principles, leadership in business, and we talk about ways that they can apply that to family engagement with their school. And then the unique part of this program is that the second monthly meeting, and these happen in the evenings outside of school times, and they're all so committed to get on virtually to these meetings. In that second monthly meeting, we call them pods, and these teams of 3 meet together in these different school leveled pods. So we have a high school pod that meets, a middle school, an elementary school pod. And this last cohort of life participants, we actually added in participants and students from the Grow Your Own program, which was a really neat addition. Yeah. So they meet in these pod groups, and they take the content that we talked about in the first session, and they talk about how they can apply that, how they can use that to solve the problems and the challenges that they're seeing within their schools. And so Lisa and Michelle are both part of that LIFE program. They've been through the LIFE program, and I think Michelle's school has recruited multiple groups of school leaders to come through the program, which has been great. Next on the list is Everyday Leaders Family Leadership Program, and this program really came from the LIFE program. So if this leadership content is beneficial to educators, how can we make this work for families and caregivers too? So Tori actually led we've done this program, the Everyday Leaders, for the last 2 years. Tori's led the program, and Michelle has been a school liaison for that program each year, because we really see the value in real time, having the groups of 3 caregivers meeting with someone from the school and really building that foundation of trust and communication to elevate family engagement. We have a stakeholder advisory council that meets quarterly. So stakeholders from around the state will get on a virtual meeting quarterly, and we talk about, again, challenges, opportunities, solutions to family engagement. And Lisa and Michelle are both an important part of the advisory council meetings. And we have people from all around the state. We have business owners, community leaders, lots of caregivers and educators. And it's just a really great time for everyone to connect and talk about finding those solutions to the challenges that we're seeing. We provide customized state, school, and district trainings. We hosted our first Family Engagement Summit virtually in January, and it was a great success. We had 137 participants from across the state, and most of them stayed on for the full day, which was fantastic. We have a training coming up in July, an in-person training in Charleston, and Lisa and Michelle are going to support and lead that training with us. And we have 70 participants registered already. So we're really excited about these customized trainings that we have, and really excited to have experts in the field who will be helping facilitate and lead those trainings. We have some new initiatives. We're working on developing a rural Appalachian framework. There are a lot of frameworks that exist, and a lot of evidence around family engagement, but not a lot that's customized to rural Appalachia. We know that our needs as rural Appalachians are very different than rural South Dakota or other places across the United States. So we are listening to West Virginians and doing some research to develop a framework that's specific to how we can do family engagement effectively in rural Appalachia and in West Virginia. We also have a partnership with Carnegie Mellon University that just started to create and implement the Building Bridges Lego Edition project. And so we're going to partner with them to develop training specific to family engagement. There are a lot of existing play-based learning trainings, but these trainings will be specific to family engagement and building trust between families and schools. And so again, Lisa and Michelle are going to be 2 of our leads on that project, and really help to put this training module together and then go out and pilot it across West Virginia and hopefully eventually beyond. And then last but certainly not least is the Family Engagement Fellows Program. So through our partnership and our team, our leadership team with the Department of Education, we were talking about the great successes of people like Michelle and Lisa and the great things that they're doing across the state. And out of one of those meetings, we said, why don't we develop this Family Engagement Fellows Program to really elevate and uplift people who are boots on the ground, who are doing this really important work in our state. So it's designed for really exceptional leaders across West Virginia who are intentional about creating meaningful partnership and taking that partnership beyond their classroom, beyond their school, to their entire school community and ultimately the state. And so you all can come up too if you want. And so we are thrilled today to honor these 2 as our first 2 Family Engagement Fellows. Michelle is at Oak Hill Middle in Fayette County. and Lisa is at Blackshear Elementary in Marion County. And they both have, as I mentioned, been a part of many of the programs that we're doing as the Family Engagement Center, but just really taking initiative and effort and doing so many amazing things on their own initiatives. So I wanted to share just a few things. After we selected them, I should mention that the selection, they submit a video application, and with our partners through the department leadership team, we select the Family Engagement Fellows. So that's a bit of the process. But after they were selected, we interviewed them and we asked them about their why. And so Michelle has 26 years of experience and Lisa has 31. So a lot of years of experience. We wanted to know from them what drives them, what keeps them going, what keeps them thinking about family engagement and being so intentional in the impact that they have in their classrooms and beyond. And so I wanted to just read what both of them shared as their why, because I think it's really impactful. So Michelle shared that her why is knowing that engaging parents in their children's education can help build a stronger support system between home and school. When families are involved, students perform better academically, feel more motivated, and develop better social skills. As a parent and teacher in Fayette County, I've had the privilege of witnessing this powerful partnership on many levels. After all, schools are the anchors of a community. And so as our team reflected on Michelle's why and thought about the work that we've seen her doing, I think you touched on something special when you said that schools are the anchors of communities. And when we watch Michelle and all the important things she's doing, that's what we see. She has a very intentional way of creating welcoming environments, creating spaces where families feel safe and feel welcome to come. But then she's got this innovative, creative way of keeping them there and keeping families engaged. And I think that that's what makes the school an anchor of a community. And I think that that's something that we see in all that Michelle does. And Lisa, again, from Blackshear Elementary in Marion County, Lisa's why: my passion for family engagement stems from the belief that strong connections between families, schools, and communities are essential for student success. By fostering meaningful relationships, I can empower families to become active partners in their child's education. Because of my passion for family engagement, I am dedicated to initiatives that bridge gaps and create opportunities for families to feel valued and supported. And I think Lisa said bridging gaps, and that's what stands out to our team. Lisa builds bridges, between families and schools. She's so intentional in everything that she does, but also between the school and the community. And Lisa empowers other educators in her school and really just ignites a spark around family engagement that has a contagious energy. And so building those bridges of trust, setting that foundation is something that absolutely stands out in everything that Lisa does. So again, we are so honored to have the privilege to recognize these two ladies. They both have that contagious spark and energy in all of the work that they do. And we're thrilled to recognize them as the first two West Virginia Family Engagement Fellows. And again, we appreciate all of your time in recognizing them today. We're all happy to answer any questions you might have and appreciate you having us here.
Thank you so much. It's exciting. It really is. Would either of the ladies like to speak?
I'd like to thank you for having us here. We appreciate it.
Yes, it is very much an honor, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mrs. Sullivan.
Just a real quick comment and question. First of all, you highlight relationships, and we know that relationships make all the difference, right, Mrs. Justice? We see that all the time. And so it's good that you're bringing the schools together with the communities. Often parents have not had good relationships in their own upbringing with their schools. So good for you for doing that. Could you just real quickly tell us what challenges you see, the difference between urban and rural in creating these networks and supporting them?
Sure. Do you want to? Yeah.
Of course, the challenges. I'm in a rural setting, and I've always been in a rural setting. So the challenges as far as urban, I can only guess at. But as far as the rural community, you do have parents who have a difficult time with trusting teachers and trusting the education system because they've had a hard time. And it's a privilege to be able to go in and to try to bridge that gap and have special relationships with the parents. And I've told people I've told people when I go at the beginning of the year and I try to make connections with the parents and I try to get them to talk to me and have a relationship with me. And I always say, I will hunt you down if you will, and so that is my passion, is to have a good relationship with all the parents in my classroom, with the students.
Thank you. Thank you.
And likewise, I would say one of the challenges that we face is the diversity. We have very diverse families that we're working with now. It's not just traditional mother, father raising our families. We have grandparents who are in the role of parents. We have foster care families, and we really aim to reach all of those units. We want them to know that their school is the anchor in their community. We are here to support their child's learning and to support the family as they learn and adapt the new methods and the new ways of education. We want to raise capable children who are going to invest in their own communities. So that's a goal of ours as well. And we need to remember that the diversity is something that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
And I think what they shared speaks to what we're seeing as a whole through the conversations we're having as the Family Engagement Center. When we think about rural and serving rural, there are things that I'm sure you all hear too, like transportation barriers. There are just challenges in families getting to the school. But I think across the board, something you spoke to that we see is that generational mistrust, like that and that's happening in urban and rural settings. And we're seeing that across the board. But I think customizing, finding solutions to help with all families, with the diverse families that we're seeing, as Michelle spoke to, is really important and a need that we're seeing and we're trying to work in both rural and urban settings.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Wooten?
Yeah, this looks like a terrific program. My question is there a quick answer for why we don't have full participation on all counties? You mentioned 37, I think.
Yeah, I think we are on our way. We are well on our way is our hope. I think part of it is getting the word out, and I think opportunities like this give us the chance to get the word out because we want to be working in every county. We have programs that are open to statewide. And then as I shared, we can do customized trainings in individual counties. So we are open to that. And our hope is that we're headed in that direction. Our goal is to serve all 55 counties, and we've currently served 47 of the 55, but that's not a deep dive in each county. Some of those counties we've worked with more than others. So I think exposure, getting the word out that we're available to support family engagement however we can, because we absolutely want to be in every school in every county.
Mr. Brook?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Gail, congratulations to you and all your success with your colleagues. You mentioned CMU and a partnership there. I know the WVU and CMU right now, and actually some folks at Williamsburg State are looking at the transportation issue as it affects that regional area. Are you all engaged with them and aware of that?
We are aware of it, and we went to one of the initial stakeholder meetings. We are not heavily involved. The partnership we have with CNU is specifically with the Center for Transformative Play, and so that's who we're working with specifically, but I think very good for us to stay involved and aware of that other initiative as we're partnering in multiple ways.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, congratulations to the two initial fellows of the family engagement. And we'd like to get a picture with you if it's possible. Thank you.
Testing 1 2 1 2 testing.
Thank you. Our second partnership that we would like to highlight today is a renewed partnership. We're officially signing a renewed memorandum of understanding between the department and the Marshall University Behavior and Mental Health Technical Assistance Center. This partnership has been designed to provide our schools and educators with timely, targeted support for addressing student behavior concerns that we've heard discussed a lot during not only the legislative session, but in many of our board meetings. Through rapid response, hands-on coaching, specialized training, we hope to equip school staff with the tools they need to foster more positive learning environments for our students. And to explain further, we'll have Drew McClanahan.
Thank you, Superintendent Blatt. Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, members of the board. Come today with some exciting news. We've heard a lot about student behavior over the last few years. And just as a little history lesson, approximately 10 years ago, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this date, the Marshall University Autism Training Center and the Behavior and Mental Health Technical Assistance Center signed an MOU with the Department of Education. We've had an ongoing MOU. We've had a close relationship. However, as times have changed, our needs have changed, and we felt as though this was time to kind of revamp what our expectations were, not only of our partners at Marshall, but also with what our expectations here at the Department of Education are going to be. And so with me today, I have Dr. Jackie Clark and Amy Staples, the Associate Dean and the Executive Director of the Behavior and Mental Health Technical Assistance Center. And the primary focus over the last few years has been PBIS-focused expansion, continued support for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 supports with PBIS. And so what we have tried to do with this new MOU is to look at ways to revamp so we can quickly and accurately respond to our schools, our principals, our classrooms, and our teachers. So we have a group of behavior specialists around the state. They've recently hired coaching specialists as well. And so what we're really trying to do is not only coach, but also train, support, and sustain down to the intimate level inside of individual classrooms. We have a monthly meeting, a Tier 3 support meeting with our Office of Special Education, with our office here, where we actually look at unique needs and some of those unique circumstances that I'm sure each of you have heard about, where behavior concerns may present themselves, teachers may find themselves in challenging situations, and that gives us an opportunity to actually go out, meet with the principal, meet with the teacher, and see what the school has done to try to meet some of those needs for those unique circumstances. So our goal with this new partnership is to continue the history of the PBIS work, but also to be able to respond immediately into those local areas with that immediate support, the continued training, and the continued resources that we can provide to the individual teachers that may find themselves in a need for some unique behavior concerns. Throughout the MOU, you will find assistance with communication, that we have a commitment to meet and communicate regularly, that we are looking at what the state superintendent's goals are going to be, to make sure that we're constantly meeting what the department, what the state board, the state superintendent's goals are going to be, that we're going to work with our CSI schools, that we are going to continue to support our principals throughout the state. But the real gist of this MOU and agreement is that we have the ability not just to have a conversation, but we can actually launch their staff into schools, into classrooms, and provide support to students, to teachers, and to principals. So we're excited. I wanted to bring them here today so they can answer any questions, so that you all are abreast of our new MOU. And so we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions? Mrs. Sullivan.
Thank you so much. That's important work you're doing, and I know our students are the ones at the end of the day who will benefit. The question, and Mr. McClanahan, you mentioned you can offer immediate support to schools, to teachers, to principals. How is that launched? What would, a principal, or how does it work?
Yeah, so we have a number one. You can always call. You can call and email myself, anybody at the Behavior and Mental Health Technical Assistance Center, and we communicate regularly. But at a minimum, once a month, we meet for a Tier 3 response team meeting. And what that Tier 3 response team meeting is, if we have concerns that maybe come in through the school safety helpline, or from a parent that calls, or from a school official that calls and says, I need help with student X. Student X is exhibiting some really concerning behaviors. Do you have anything that you can do to help us? We will meet about all of those requests that come in. We will call the county superintendent and or the principal and say, tell me what you've been doing with these students. Do you have resources? Do you have access to support? And then we will talk with our Office of Special Education, or Office of District and Leadership Support, and our folks here at the Technical Assistance Center. And we stand ready to take any one of those groups or all of those groups to the school to do a walkthrough, to look at what supports are available, to what research is available. And so we kind of have a number of ways. We've had districts that have called and said, what's available? We have calls that come in weekly, sometimes daily, from the Safe Schools Help Hotline. We will review those and then make contact and reach out to the districts to make sure that we're being proactive with that approach as well.
So what type of follow-up do you do?
Yeah, so we'll go, we can go into schools, we can go into the individual classrooms. We will look at the technical assistance provided for, again, for training, for research. We've known and really have dove into this over the last 2 years, that behavior is teachable, and that much of our behavior is teachable and preventable as well. And so, when we revamp Policy 4373, part of what we require now is to teach, reteach, and model behavior as well. So we want to make sure that those expected behaviors are also modeled and taught. And so we'll look at anything from what is posted in the classroom, what is how behavior has been taught, what the expectations are for those behaviors as well. And to the degree that we have students that maybe are exhibiting some situations that are maybe a little bit more extreme, or need a little bit more assistance, we can really look at the individual student with the principal and the superintendent for maybe the resources that they have in the county, or maybe resources that are available outside of the county for them as well.
Okay. And in this data-driven society we exist in, Mr. McClanahan, how are you measuring the success of this relationship, this program?
I think our number one hope is going to be that we see fewer discipline referrals. I think we hope to see fewer exclusions outside of, we did a lot of training with 4373 this year. And the one thing that, we made sure to say is that nothing in that policy prevents a suspension or an expulsion. It has to be used as an appropriate consequence. And so, we all know Georgia Hughes Webb and our data office here. We're in constant communication to make sure that we're looking at data and that certified data at the end of each year to see, where our holes are with discipline, or where our questions are with student discipline as well. So my hope would be that at the end of each year we see some significant changes. And listen, we also know that the more time that our kids are in class, we hope to see increase in student achievement as well. And so hopefully that we see, fewer discipline referrals and higher test scores. I think that would be ultimately what we hope to see.
Thank you for your good work. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, thank you all very, very much. And we'd like to get a photo with you as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Mr. Hardesty, seconded by Mr. Dunleavy. Are there any questions?
I have a quick question about item B3, the summer school programs. I noticed that there are about 16 counties that assess fees for summer program, summer school. And I was wondering, in the event that a family cannot afford to pay for these courses, these programs, what is in place that would support their children's participation?
Ms. Close, thank you. Dr. Close.
Good morning. I think it might depend on what some of those courses are. So I think that we know that we do have specific funds that are sent to counties and that counties have to cover specific types of courses, whether they be any kind of advanced course throughout the year and things like that. But I'll have to get back to you on specifically what that funding stream is. My belief is that there are ways to cover those courses, but I also know that summer programming is not inexpensive, and that for those specific courses, there may just be a fee.
Well, I think all children that would like or need the courses should have access to them, but I'm particularly worried about students at the high school level.
And I think my understanding is probably that it is the fees for specific high school courses, that it's most likely for high school credit-bearing courses
that are not being covered in some of the counties.
Or that would have fees assessed.
Yes, yes.
I would say summer learning related to our youngest learners would not.
No, I guess I should have clarified. I am concerned about the high school credit recovery courses in some of these counties, that some students may not have access to them, and that might lead to dropouts. I mean, it's just a domino effect. So it's just something to
I can get you that information.
I would appreciate that, okay. Dr. Close. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Before we move forward to new business, we're going to take a 10-minute necessary break and be back at 5 after 11. Thank you. Call this session back in order. Our next item is new business. First is policy 2520.5, the West Virginia College and Career Readiness Standards for Wellness Education. Dr. Close and Mr. Grant.
Well, good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, Superintendent Blatt, and other members of the board. So we're here to present policy 2520.5, which is the West Virginia College and Career Readiness Standards for Wellness Education. These standards outline what students should know and be able to do in order to maintain healthy lifestyles by fostering self-responsibility, motivation, and excellence in learning, as well as a lifelong commitment to their own wellness. So this policy, if it's approved, will become effective on July 1st of 2026. A team of 15 West Virginia wellness educators reviewed these standards starting in the summer of 2024 and continuing into the end of the year 2024, early 2025. These educators made the changes that you see in this revision. For example, they eliminated unnecessary language, they corrected grammar and punctuation, adjusted the alignment of the standards, incorporated current research and language related to wellness education, and they updated code requirements to ensure that the standards were in alignment with current changes in code. So as an example to language changes, the previous standards referenced tobacco, and our educators updated that to nicotine-containing products, which would ensure that items like vapes were covered and were discussed in classrooms. There are two pieces of code that became effective prior to this revision and therefore were included in this revision. So West Virginia Code 18-2-40A says that children in grades 5 through 12 shall receive information regarding self-harm and eating disorder signs, prevention, and treatment at least once per academic year. So that information was included in the indicator charts in the standards policy, as well as incorporated into language within the standards. And then we had what we know as Lakin's Law. So Lakin's Law would prevent overdose deaths in teens and young adults due to fentanyl and fentanyl components. Through that legislation, students will be taught about fentanyl, heroin, and opioid awareness prevention, the life-saving use of FDA opioid reversal agents, the prevention of abuse of addiction to fentanyl, and then other state and community resources that are available related to youth substance abuse. So our students can receive these training related to these two pieces of code on a yearly basis. Both of those say they should happen on a yearly basis, but to ensure that they are covered in the year that students are either in health in high school or in health in middle school or wherever they are within their wellness education, they were included in these standards policy. So these revisions allow for significantly more clear guidance for our educators. They ensure that wellness education and the standards are easily understood and implemented. They follow updated code and they incorporate strategies to tackle current substance use trends and youth risk behaviors. This policy was reviewed by both an internal group of stakeholders as well as an external group of stakeholders. The policy, like all of our standards policies, went out for public comment, and it was noted on the state board and on the state policy page. And given that we must have had a lot of agreement about the changes that were made, I believe our educators did a really good job updating this policy. I was not surprised that we received 0 comments. So we're going to take that to indicate there were no concerns with this revision. And we thank you for looking at the policy. And Mr. Grant and I are here to answer any specific questions that you might have about the policy.
Any questions from anyone? Very, very thorough, yes. And I had the privilege of being one of those external stakeholders, so I learned a lot about this policy and wellness education. So I thank you very much for being so effective and thorough. Do I have a motion?
Question.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Just mechanical question. How many man hours do you think it took to do this rewrite? Wild guess.
So throughout this policy, we had a day, I would say, when we had those educators together in person. We always like to start that process off in person so everybody understands how standards work. So call that, an 8-hour day, and then different teams for different courses would have met.
Thank you. I think we, throughout that day, I was just very fortunate. We have some amazing educators throughout our state and some higher ed folks that we brought together. So the teachers that were selected were just the top of some of our national teachers of the year, state teachers of the year in that, and I'm passionate about.
Let me stop. It's not a trick question.
Sure, no. I think a day, and then
a day of 10 people or a day of
15 people.
Okay, all right. So
plus then the revision work. So
okay, so 120, maybe 200 man hours, something like that.
Okay. Sure, because we had to bring in where elementary classroom teachers are expected or have the expectation to teach wellness, health education in the elementary classroom, because the physical, and sometimes it's the physical and then the physical education. So wellness is a combination of health education and physical education, and it spans K-12. So, so then we had to make sure each grade band was representative. So we made sure that we had like a kindergarten through second grade band, and then a third through fifth grade band, and then a middle school grade band, and then high school. But then high school, it got unique because we had to ensure we had health educators and then physical educators. So we put teams of 3 to 4 on each. So
okay, sounds like it could be north of that then. So I'm just wondering if you put this same policy rewrite through AI, how long would it take you to do it? And that's more of a rhetorical question, but it's not, okay?
In terms of AI, I would feel very comfortable with some of the clarifications, certainly with grammar, punctuation, things like that. I know whenever I use an AI and I ask it to edit a document, I ask it to then give me a list of every change that you made, so I can go back and see what it did. And if it, were to make, those, if I agreed with those changes, I would say that in terms of AI, I would not be comfortable with content changes. I mean, perhaps what's the best way to phrase something? But one of the, I think, hallmarks of the ways our standards are revised in our state is that our educators are the ones that are the practitioners in the field. They know what needs change. They're the ones that are with students while changes are occurring in code or just in our understanding, our things that we learn, as they see this research changes over time. So I think that the content would very much give me pause. But I think for some of those very structural pieces, I think there could be tremendous value, because the reality is when we talk about time, you have all that time with the educator, and then the coordinator goes through with a fine-tooth comb and is looking at spaces and punctuation and are the correct things, underlined and struck through, things like that.
So to that point, the AI could likely do a very nice job of just going through and doing the perfunctory spacing, commas, all the stuff that takes lots and lots of man hours, and you could perform an audit of what AI has outputted. It's just food for thought. But
I think if we could, build our own GPT or whatever we want to call it, depending on your AI tool, that really understood how we wrote policy, I think it's, you would I wouldn't just throw this into, my chat GPT, because I would want to make sure that it would be writing policy in a way that is the way we write policy. Now, if we could train a GPT on all of our policies and how we phrase things and where the commas go and where the semicolons go and all of that, I think there's value in using it, but it requires quite the audit.
I agree, yeah. But I'm just saying that I'm not saying we have to do it now, but I think that we should think about using AI to do the machine learning that it can do, and then for us to use our brain power to see if we agree or disagree with the outputs. And I'd like to run a test at some point, and it doesn't have to be on a big policy, maybe a smaller one, and let's see what happens. And maybe we just get total garbage out, but we might get shocked. So again, good work. Thanks for your
Great
motion to approve.
Mr. Wooten, I just had some share with, maybe you have seen, there's a book called Impromptu by the guy who was the founder of LinkedIn. And it is the quality of the prompt that dictates the quality of what you get out. So building the prompts and asking the right questions. And that I see what you're saying. You have to do a lot of training, and that would be very specific. So it can help us beyond just the spacing and the perfunctory, right?
I'm not doing a commercial for Microsoft, but
no, I agree with you.
It has
I'm agreeing with you.
functionality in Outlook called Copilot, and
I use it all the time.
It's amazing.
It
what
is.
it can do, and so it's
All right.
again,
I think Mrs. Sullivan and Mr. Hardesty both have comments.
Just a real quick, I guess, understanding from my point of view, having looked at a lot of policies over the years. The stakeholders that you have involved, they're not looking at they're not looking at commas. They're looking at content, right? I mean that, and then here it's more of the grammar and all of that. So you don't have people out there spending time on the punctuation.
No, I mean, I would say that when we bring our educators together, if they notice a punctuation change, they're educators. They can't help themselves. They're going to, they're going to fix it. But
that's not the focus.
But that's not the focus. It's to ensure clarity and to ensure that these standards are what is best for our educators to have in their classrooms.
Mr. Hardesty.
Yeah, thank you. My question's on the educator piece. Are we pulling these people out during instructional days, or are they doing this on staff development days?
We actually start this process the summer prior, so it happens in the summer.
So there are no teachers ever pulled out of a instructional day classroom setting to work on policy?
No, most of the time, if there is a amount of work that has to happen after the summer, they'll meet kind of on their own time. They usually meet in the evenings and things like that.
That's really good to hear,
Yeah.
and I'm glad to hear that, because there's a misconception out there in the public that does happen sometime, but thanks for clearing it up. Thank you all.
No other questions or comments? I'll call for a motion that policy 2520.5 be approved and effective upon final filing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Wooten, seconded by Mr. Roetruck. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Close, just go ahead and stand right by there. Next is policy 2520.9, the West Virginia College and Career Readiness Standards for the Arts.
Well, good morning again. So I'm here now to talk about 2520.9, which is our arts policy. Our arts policy outlines what students should be able to know to both acquire and further develop their abilities with an end goal of becoming creators, consumers, and advocates of the arts. So this policy, if approved, will become effective on July 1st. So the proposed revisions that you see in front of you are done to enhance clarity, to ensure continuity across grade bands and levels, and to incorporate developmentally appropriate language. These updates were designed to serve as a comprehensive resource to equip West Virginia student artists with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive in the arts. So if we want to talk about some broad changes that were made in this policy, there were some revisions that were applied consistently across K through 12, such as removing redundant language or unclear language, again, correcting any grammar or punctuation, improving the alignment and the sequencing of the standards, broadening some of the language to reflect how music technology has changed over time, and then reinforcing the importance of teacher guidance in instructional delivery. Within some of the specific disciplines within music, the foundational skills were consolidated in grades K through 2. Instruction language was adapted to meet a variety of student learning needs. And within music, we introduced a new set of instrumental music standards for grades 6 through 8. What had been occurring was that if a student, for example, was in a middle school that had piano at the middle school, we had one set of standards that went through 6 through 12 for piano. And those were used at the middle school. What that meant was then when that student got to 9th grade and took piano in the high school, they were using this exact same set of standards. And one of our core values is that we do not give credit, even though credit wasn't given at the middle school, but we do not give credit for the same set of standards twice. We don't repeat standards. Standards are unique to each course. So Mr. James pulled together an additional group of educators that basically wrote instrumental music standards for 6 through 8 that could be used for any instrument, for piano, guitar, ex ensemble, whatever that means. He can explain it. But it allows our students to have their own set of instrumental music standards in the middle school and not have to repeat in the high school. There was nothing wrong with the instruction that they were receiving, but that's something that's very important to us, is that we're not repeating standards and repeating courses. Within the visual arts, our 6th through 8th grade standards were aligned more closely with the outcomes that we look for in high school. We integrated elements of West Virginia culture to deepen our student engagement and relevance into the visual arts and strengthen the emphasis on artistic expression and historical influence. In dance, in our dance standards, precision was enhanced and the clarity of the performance standards was increased, and there was a greater emphasis placed on safe practices in the use of tools, space, and equipment. Within theater, we reinforced the use of formal theater terminology for effective communication among the cast and the crew, added expectations for self-assessment related to student acting skills and participation in productions. And then lastly, within theater, provided educator guidance for evaluating memorization, blocking, and character development. So all of these revisions, when taken together, were designed to deepen student mastery across all areas of the arts, while at the same time promoting creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking. These updates also ensured a more coherent and developmentally aligned learning progression from K through 12 within the arts. This policy was also reviewed by both a team of internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. And over the course of the review period, 25 educators worked, and they collected input from a large range of stakeholders. So that would be not just classroom educators, but also higher educational faculty, instructional leaders, parents, and representatives from the community. And we had both in-person and virtual sessions for those reviews. So like all of our standards policies, this policy was also out for public comment. I'm going to make the same statement that our classroom educators in the community must have approved, because again, this policy also received 0 comments. And we thank you for looking at the policy, and Mr. James and I are here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Mrs. Sullivan.
Just a quick one, Dr. Close. Thank you for the good work. The arts are so important, and I think we're in an unfortunate situation right now with all the cuts that are going on, that arts programs are often ones that are on the chopping block. So are counties able to fully implement the standards that are in this policy in light of reductions?
Thank you guys for having me today. I can answer that. I think the big thing is getting teachers to teach the standards. If they will take these standards and follow them, the time constraints we have and everything now, yes. But a lot of the weight falls upon the teachers to study their standards and make sure they teach them.
Okay, are there teachers out there teaching the instrumental? I mean, do we have the capacity in our counties to teach the standards, particularly at the higher levels?
Yes, I was so impressed this summer with the teachers I got to work with. Lots of teachers I knew. I've taught school 40 plus years, and teachers that did not. And I mean, I learned a lot, especially from visual art teachers and stuff from the high school level. Yes, they're very competent.
Yeah. Well, I'm not questioning their competence, but do we have enough teachers out there?
Well, we can always use more arts teachers.
Okay. Okay.
But right now, I think we do pretty well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Another job well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
Is there a motion that policy 2520.9 be approved and effective upon final filing?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Dunleavy, seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I just want to take a minute and also thank Mr. James, as I believe he is going to return to the classroom and become an art teacher this fall, or music teacher of the arts. I just want to thank you for all the work and things that you've done while you've been with us here at the Department of Ed.
Next item on the agenda is policy 7211, conflict resolution process for citizens. Ms. Kreiner.
Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board. I present for adoption WVBE Policy 7211, the resolution of formal complaints. This policy is being revised to clarify the formal complaint procedures to be followed at the school, county, and state levels, and to revise the associated timelines to increase efficiency. The policy has completed a 30-day public comment period and no comments were received, so no changes have been made to the draft that you received when it was put out for comment. The major changes here, we had a name change. We changed the name of the policy from the conflict resolution process for citizens to resolution of formal complaints, which clarifies really what the policy is all about. We also updated the definitions to reflect the terminology that's contained in the policy. And one of the biggest changes was we changed level 1, 2, and 3 claims to school level, county level, and state level formal complaints. We shortened some of the timelines to allow for more responsiveness on the part of the school system. And we also added some specific limitations about what the policy is not intended to cover, such as personnel issues or complaints that should be taken up by the Public Employee Grievance Board or Ethics Commission, just for example. So that being said, I would welcome any questions or comments that you have.
Any questions, comments? Mrs. Sullivan.
Real quickly, it's well done. You know, congratulations on that. It clarifies a lot. And you mentioned that it cites the issues that are not covered by the policy, personnel, all those things. Is there another policy that deals with those kinds of things, how people would make complaints against personnel at the county level, I'm assuming?
Right. Well, you know, the complaints that are handled by outside agencies, for instance, sometimes I'll get an employee who calls in and says, you know, I'm not being treated fairly because this person or that. Yeah. Okay, under those situations, we would make the appropriate referral to that outside agency, and they have their own system of policies and codes and procedures that handle that. But this clarifies it, you know, within our policy so that there's transparency. Everyone knows that we're not giving you the runaround when you call in. We are channeling you to the appropriate agency. There are local level policies and codes of conduct for employees and that sort of thing. And generally when, you know, stakeholders have an issue or a concern, those things are encouraged to be settled, you know, at the school level first, in the classroom level, that sort of thing. And school leaders should be able to address those things in order to find an appropriate resolution.
So do counties typically have a policy that tells, for example, parents, if you have a complaint about a teacher, the first thing you do is go to the principal and try to resolve it there, or go to the teacher and try to resolve it there, and then to the principal, whatever. Do they have something like that?
I'm not sure what local policies are developed. However, all within this policy, they are required to inform all of the stakeholders of how this works. So this covers, yes, about this policy.
Yeah, but I would dare say that the complaints that come out are the ones about, the bus trip is too long. I mean, they're county level things and a teacher thing. So I just want to make sure that people understand how they need to go about resolving issues at the county level. I mean, I understand that this is beyond that.
Yes.
But I just hope that they have clear instructions to people on how to do things.
Right. And when they call us, usually we can guide folks through that process and say, you need to start with the principal in this case, or you might want to talk to the child's teacher, or, and guide them through the process, because not everyone is privy to, what person is responsible for what part of their experience.
So this takes your staff time to deal with those kind of complaints that you don't deal with in this policy. Would it be helpful to have just a guidance document on the department website that says if you have questions about a teacher or the bus route or the food?
Sure.
These are, just something that you can refer them to.
That's something my team and I actually discussed yesterday, that they're already on it as far as providing guidance for how to roll this out, because we have, not only do we need to inform the parents and other stakeholders, but there are people who are new to leadership roles in the state. There are people who are new to the classroom, and they need to have a good understanding for how that information is supposed to flow.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I was going to hesitate, but I'm not. I think what Ms. Sullivan is trying to say is, why don't we use AI to generate an easy link so that people that have issues, they don't have to call here and go through 15 different levels of phone calls. If there is a problem in Logan County or there's a problem in Greenbrier County, it's going to be the same set of, you go to this. We ought to be able to push the button and generate a link that every county uses, and it's the same process and procedures, doesn't matter which county you're in. And this shouldn't take a whole lot of man hour and time to put this together in a very easy, concise manner, so that there's not a lot of phone calls going around that wastes a lot of time, and that people are informed on the county level, and they go and they look at the link. They've got a handout, and it's like, this is my problem. Here's who I do call. And you don't call a lot of people that you don't need to. Just comment.
One of the things that we do run into with that sometimes is that there is the perception, and I think the family engagement folks who were here before kind of alluded to this. There are folks who have not had a great experience with engaging with some of their local schools, and so there's this feeling of I can't go to them because they're going to look out for themselves or one another, or they're not going to believe me. And so we like to at least offer that sort of third party view of, okay, well, this is they told you correctly. This is how you're supposed to address that. And I do agree that there is a value in that consistency, and actually part of the bigger picture long term is for us to be able to start collecting all of the data that comes into the department in order to inform follow up with the counties on how to address some of the issues that they're seeing.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion that policy 7211 be approved and effective upon final filing? Moved by Mrs. Sullivan. Second by Mrs. Justice. Any other questions, discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Crunch.
Okay. Moving on to the Boone County Special Circumstance Review.
Yes.
The Office of Accountability, in conjunction with the Office of School Finance, conducted a special circumstance review of Boone County schools May 19th to the 21st at the direction of the State Superintendent of Schools. While additional document review and data analysis are ongoing, I submit to you today a report of initial findings. Preliminary financial testing results included multiple examples of potential noncompliance with Policy 8200 and Policy 8100. These include purchases for which a requisition or an invoice could not be provided, purchases over $100,000 for which proof of board approval was not provided, invoices dated before the purchase order, purchases in which applicable bid documentation could not be provided, and multiple examples of improper coding of supplemental and stipend pay, documentation that did not receive proper supervisor approval, and incomplete contract documentation. The team also noted that supplemental contracts were sometimes granted without board approval. The district did not have a P card and credit card use policy or an employee travel policy. And the purchasing and procurement policy that at the local level was inadequate to address the finances of a public school district. Just a note on that part, on the policy piece, Boone County Schools is working with an outside vendor to update their policies. And so there's sort of a transition period there in which those newer policies have not been board approved and they're still operating under the older policies. Interview responses and review of documentation yielded several concerns with the County Board of Education members, including potential conflict of interest, outdated policies, potentially using Board of Education resources to maintain properties that are not owned by the board, and interference with the day-to-day operation of the school system. Central office findings included the perception of nepotism for employees who are acquainted with or related to board members, lack of proactive leadership, unclear salary structure and division of duties, and inconsistent use of the evaluation system. Communication was mentioned consistently as a barrier to a collaborative culture at the central office. Concerns also arose regarding the physical condition of the Scott High School facility. Finally, the team concluded that a comprehensive review of discipline practices is necessary to determine whether student disciplinary protocols, especially those involving expulsion, are followed per the requirements of Board of Education Policy 4373.
Any questions regarding the circumstance review for Boone County? Because we were going to go ahead and proceed to hear Randolph County as well before we go into deliberations.
I just want to clarify that this investigation by the department started with the federal case.
Yes.
Okay, that's what started it. That started the ball rolling. So this is a general question, and please correct me.
Okay.
It's my understanding that the department started a process within the past several years where your office would go into each county and look at some aspect of each county every year. So this year you're looking at Logan County Special Ed and Finance, and you're looking at Lincoln County blah, blah, blah. Okay, that was my understanding. Is that correct?
Right now,
this was a preventive kind of.
Well,
system.
it was uncovered under the regular monitoring that federal program does initially, and so federal programs was looking at some things. There were some red flags. Then they had a new chief school business officer who saw some things, and there were some red flags there. The reason that this has occurred somewhat later to that has been because of the criminal investigation. Our involvement could potentially interfere with that. And so we had to wait on the criminal investigation to be complete and get the go-ahead from them before we could.
But that was basically confined to finance, the federal investigation, not personnel or the school level thing.
Right. They were looking at the misuse of the federal funds.
Okay. And again, just a general question. When your office goes into a county, I'm not talking about these counties, but any county, and you're looking at things, and you discover an issue, and you work with the county to fix whatever that issue might be. When you get to the level where you're granting accreditation status to a county, does something they have fixed give them a ding, a negative, in their accreditation, or once it's fixed in that cycle, you take it off?
Well,
I know it's complicated.
Right.
I think it's important for us to understand
Sure.
how this works.
Sure. Most of the things that we have been involved in when it comes to my office and doing the special circumstance or any other type of audit or review that we might do, once those things are addressed, that usually is through the help of one of our offices here and the support of one of our offices here. And so then once that data is collected again to inform that accreditation process, it should be reflected if they've corrected that issue.
Okay, so it's a positive then that they've corrected it.
Yes, because if there is something that they are doing that is causing the data in our accountability system to flag that they needs assistance, then once that's corrected, then that should change to full approval under that efficiency indicator.
And I do appreciate that you've included some context in both these reviews today. That very much appreciated. It gives background. Thank you.
Mr. Hardesty.
Madam President, just a question as far as process goes. Do you want us to ask our questions on Boone now or wait, or do you have someone from here from Boone that can answer some of this, or how do we want to go forward with this?
I think we'll go into executive
Will
session.
we have an opportunity to ask questions when we come back out?
Yes. Yes.
Because the questions I have, they won't be back there with us. They'll be the people I want to hear from. Is there someone from Boone here?
I have not seen someone from Boone here today.
Wait a minute, would you state that one more time?
I haven't seen someone from Boone here today.
Boone County Schools is facing this, and no one from the county chose to show up here today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah. We'll go ahead and roll into the Randolph County Schools report before we go into executive session to discuss both of them. Thank you.
Okay. Just before I get started, I just wanted to let you know that the Randolph County Schools is just listed as a review, not necessarily a special circumstance review. We were asked to go and interview board members just to sort of ascertain kind of what's going on with some of the decisions, what's the plan with some of the challenges that they were facing in Randolph County. So in response to that request to provide support, we conducted interviews with the Randolph County Board of Education members on, it was April 30th to May 1st. And we just really wanted to ascertain the rationale for some recent board decisions and identify the board members' plan to address some of the operational challenges that they're facing. Those include declining enrollment, failure to approve a consolidation plan, personnel overages, and a projected budget shortfall. In the fall of 2024, the superintendent of Randolph County Schools proposed a plan to close Harmon School, which is a K-12 school with an enrollment of 103 students, and Pickens School, which is a K-12 school with an enrollment of 29 students. When the board voted against the closure of Harmon School in January 2025, the superintendent withdrew his recommendation to close Pickens. Randolph County Schools is currently staffed beyond the state aid formula for professional, support, and service personnel. In April, the superintendent recommended significant staffing cuts and transfers. While the board approved some of the superintendent's recommendations, others were not approved. This resulted in some grievance filings from affected employees. In May, the CSBO, that's the Chief School Business Officer in Randolph County, presented a projected budget shortfall of $2.8 million for the fiscal year in 2025. At the same meeting, the board voted to rescind some of the previous personnel actions, thus eliminating approximately $1.6 million in potential savings generated by those staffing cuts. During interviews, board members acknowledged the need to consolidate schools, but stated they voted against the proposed plan due to the challenges associated with the transportation of those students in those rural schools. Some members reported voting against the superintendent's personnel proposal because they did not have an adequate understanding of the rationale behind which positions were eliminated. Board members expressed that communication with the superintendent has been a barrier to collaboration. And although members expressed concern about the future of Randolph County schools, no member of the local board articulated a clear path forward in the wake of the current challenges. Questions about Randolph?
Anybody have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I was just wondering, how many over are they on professional and how many over formerly on service?
I have those numbers here. There's 3 different categories. There's professional student support, professional educator, and then total professional personnel. And it looks like they are currently 4.51 over for student support personnel. They are 12.06 over for professional educators and 16.57 over for total professional personnel.
30 some over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Griner. Is there a motion that we enter into executive session?
I move we enter to executive session under the personnel privacy and attorney-client privilege exceptions authorized by West Virginia Code 69A3 for discussion of items D, E, F, and G on the agenda.
So moved.
Seconded by Mr. Wooten. Any other question, comment? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We will be going into executive session at 12:50 a.m. Let the record reflect that we have returned from executive session at 12:55 without taking any action. Okay, we do have some recommendations. Superintendent Black.
Thank you. Randolph County, we heard the report from Director Kreiner. I'd like to recommend to the board that we declare a state of emergency exists in Randolph County schools under West Virginia Code 182E5 M2 to establish a 6-month period. During this time, Randolph County Board of Education members and the superintendent with targeted assistance from the WVDE will create a comprehensive plan to correct identified deficiencies, including a viable proposal for a balanced budget. The WVBE will receive an update on progress at the December 2025 meeting and take action based on that update, including but not limited to an extension of the state of emergency or immediate intervention in the operation of Randolph County schools.
Is there a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Gabriel, second by Ms. Sullivan. Any other questions, comments? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We also heard from Director Kreiner regarding Boone County schools. My recommendation is that we declare extraordinary circumstances exist in Boone County schools that warrant immediate intervention pursuant to West Virginia Code 182E5. The non-approval status be assigned to Boone County schools, that the authority of the Boone County Schools Board of Education be limited in areas that compromise the delivery of a thorough and efficient education to its students, including voiding the authority of the Boone County Board of Education as to finances, personnel, federal programs, real estate transactions, and any other areas designated by the WVBE by rule, and delegate the decision-making authority to the state superintendent or her designee regarding these matters. That the WVBE declares the office of the county superintendent and assistant superintendent be vacated at the end of the business day on June 11th, 2025, and that thereafter the state superintendent appoints a county superintendent and assistant superintendent for Boone County schools. That the WVBE delegates to the state superintendent or her designee the authority to fill positions of administrators and principals, including those in low-performing schools, and transfer them to alternate positions with the county at her discretion. That the WVBE grant the state superintendent or her designee the authority to take the necessary action to correct the extraordinary circumstances. The authority to conduct hearings on personnel matters, the referral of investigation to other agencies, and the authority to appoint a designee for the limited purposes of conducting hearings while reserving to the state superintendent the authority to render the resulting decision if needed. That the WVBE and the current and future Boone County School superintendents and the state superintendent jointly develop and present to the WVBE at a future meeting a set of standards and/or strategic plan that must be implemented in order for the Boone County Board of Education to regain control of the school system. And that the WVBE directs the current and future Boone County superintendents to provide progress reports to the WVBE as requested. That concludes my recommendations.
Is there a motion to accept?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Wooten, seconded by Mr. Hardesty. Any other comments, questions? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we have one other item that I'd like to call on our council. Ms. Kep.
Board members, consistent with the discussion that you had about the religious vaccine exemption issue, I'll just read you a motion for your consideration. That the board direct the state superintendent to issue guidance to the county school systems that they follow the current compulsory school vaccination law that does not permit religious exemptions for students.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Wooten, seconded by Mr. Dunleavy. Any other question, discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we'll need to return to executive session. Is there a motion to return?
I move we enter into executive session under the personnel, privacy, and attorney-client privilege exceptions authorized by West Virginia Code 69A3 for discussion of items. Just F? Okay. Item F.
There's been a motion to return to executive session. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Sullivan. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are going into executive session at 1 p.m. We are returning from executive session due to an error on my part at 1:03 with no action taken. Now I will ask for another motion to return to executive session for item G.
Read. I move we enter into executive session under the personnel, privacy, and attorney-client privilege exceptions authorized by West Virginia Code 69A3 for discussions of item G on the agenda.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Sullivan. Any other question, discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Back into executive session at 1:04. Let the record show that we have returned from executive session at 1:43 p.m., in which we did the superintendent's evaluation. And it is my pleasure to announce those results. The superintendent has demonstrated exemplary leadership marked by strategic vision, operational excellence, and a deep commitment to student success. Under her guidance, many of our schools have made significant strides in academic achievement, equity, and community engagement. She communicates effectively with all stakeholders, manages resources responsibly, and fosters a collaborative, high-performing culture among staff and administrators. Her ability to lead with integrity, respond to challenges proactively, and maintain a student-centered focus continues to elevate our public schools. Overall, her performance has been outstanding and continues to exceed expectations in every aspect. So, thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is to approve the personnel matters that were included for the West Virginia Board of Education. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Sullivan, seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any discussion, questions? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is to approve the West Virginia Department of Education personnel matters that were included. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Dunleavy, seconded by Mrs. Justice. Any questions, comments? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is to appoint a member to fill a term of a member of the County Board Member Standards Review Committee, and we need to take action on that. So my motion is to reappoint Scott Rotruck to a term ending July 1st, 2027.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gabriel. Any discussion, question? Thank you, Mr. Rotruck. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. To the superintendent's reports.
Just a couple updates on things that you have in your packet. We have all the dates for the governor's school for West Virginia. We've worked very closely with the governor's office and been able to get this out and rolling. So you'll see the dates there and the university that's hosting each of those for us this year. We also had Golden Horseshoe yesterday, and I believe it was 223 students were recognized from our 8th grade class, and Deputy White was great to fill in for me yesterday at that event. We've also included for you at your tables the Green Book, which is all the new legislation that was passed this year, and then also the County Board of Education action item, so that counties will know what they need to do to adhere to the laws that were passed this last session. And both of those items we will be sharing with superintendents next week at their conference. It's a little early to say anything, but Dr. White and I have been looking at some preliminary assessment results, and I think we're going to be pleased when we get our final results once again this year.
Anybody have any questions for Superintendent Byatt? Next item is member updates and requests for information, and we'll start with Dr. Stansberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to take a moment today to recognize the passing of Doug Scaff Jr. Many of us knew Doug for many years. He was a faithful public servant, passionate West Virginian, a passionate WU fan. He touched so many lives around the state of West Virginia. Doug unfortunately left us yesterday. I first met Doug in about 1995. We were fraternity brothers and became friends and roommates and everything else at WU. And that friendship has lasted a lifetime. And he obviously leaves a huge void in a lot of folks. We will miss him dearly. Doug was incredibly accomplished. He served the state of West Virginia in the House of Delegates for many terms and did a lot of good there in the House. He was the student body president at WU while we were up there, and obviously maintained a strong relationship with WU and the Alumni Association, and did some great things with Board of Governors and everything up there as well. He loved West Virginia and loved WU to his core. And, he was just a true fan and a true public servant. We will sorely miss them all. Please keep Marissa and their children and his extended family, the Joe Fazio's family, all the folks that he has touched who are friends with Doug or served with Doug. Please keep them in your thoughts and prayers during this very difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Sullivan.
First of all, thank you for your heartfelt remarks about Mr. Scaff. He certainly was a mover and shaker and a good man. He was a good person. So thank you for making that statement. I attended the Golden Horseshoe ceremony. I guess that was yesterday. And it's always wonderful to look into the eyes of our hopeful young 8th graders and to shake their, they're all sweaty and, they're nervous. It was beautifully done, but also a highlight this year was that our Joey Wiseman received an honorary Golden Horseshoe pin, and how wonderful that is and well-deserved. I also attended recently the Teacher Preparation Standards Review Committee, which is one of my favorite groups to spend time with. Their college educators and county superintendents and county board members and teachers and members of the public. We have a lawyer on there, a police officer. And so I don't know that my presence helps them, but I certainly learn a lot from them. And this is something Dr. Hagerman spearheads. And I attended on our behalf the West Virginia Public Broadcasting meeting, and to hear and appreciate all that's coming out of our public broadcasting station. It's just immense, and we should be so proud of it. There's also the Educators Rising Board meeting that I attended, and that's a student-led group. And there are, the purpose is to encourage middle and high school students to become teachers. And they have, it started, I think, in 2012. There are now 436 middle and high school students who are involved, and they have 37 teacher leaders involved, and they're in 25 counties. And there 70 of them are on their way, I believe, to a national competition coming up soon. And the group is starting to look at funding to help for the students' attendance at the state conference as well as the national conference. And I'm proud to say that they just got a nice $5,000 grant from Diversified. So we need to keep that ball rolling to help these young people attend these competitions. And as far as a request for information, I won't say what I normally say. I'm sure that's coming. But we hear a lot about foster children in West Virginia. And I'm just wondering what enrollment information we have. What percentage of school-aged foster children are enrolled in our public schools? And that, of course, gives us another eye on their well-being. I don't know. And do we know anything about our foster children's success after high school in terms of employment, enlistment, and education? I was listening to someone speak the other day, and I was unable to verify the accuracy of the statement. So I'll put it out there as a statement that somebody made who works with foster children. She said that 50% of West Virginia children who age out, so that means they're 18, age out, and they are homeless within a year of aging out. And if that's true, I mean, the whole foster, so whatever we can do to help these children, I would like to think we could do.
Thank you. It's okay. Yeah. First, I'd just like to say thanks to Chris for his eloquent and heartfelt thoughts about Doug Scaff and his family, and we all feel that deep loss. I really haven't been able to do too much. I had hip replacement surgery on the 21st. So, but I'll be back in action here soon. One thing on information, I would like, in fact, I was asked by a delegate recently, are we asking people when they leave public education and avail themselves of the Hope Scholarship, why are you leaving? Are we getting that kind of information? And in fact, anything other than in public schools. So if somebody leaves, are we gathering that kind of data? Could we get that? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Hardesty.
Nothing at this time.
Mrs. Justice.
Well, I have a little bit. It's about communities in schools. Michelle and Paul and I were on a call with Michael and Ray, who's the national director. We're going to have continue a nonprofit as funding for communities in schools. We're working on that as we speak now. We're working with the national office, although we're completely separate and have separate values in West Virginia. They're working with us to kind of help us model our program after maybe Texas, or use some of their thoughts and everything like that. So we have several people working on that. I invite you to come and be a part of us if you would like to be on the committee or the nonprofit. We would welcome you for fundraising, for whatever. I mean, we just need your help, but it is working in a very positive way. And I just wanted to let everyone know that it's still alive, going to be alive. Okay. Thank you all.
Mr. Dunleavy.
The only thing I report, in fact, I'm leaving here, going to a retirement party for Dave Price. He's director of the SSSC, and he's stepping down, and we replaced him with a gentleman by the name of Wayne Ryan, who I think most of you know him. And so other than that, we're going to have a meeting tomorrow morning. Our reclassifications of our schools are going through. Hopefully we'll have a final classification for everybody. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Mr. Gabriel.
Probably don't have much, but I just want to say that, we've sat here the last few months and watched the staff a number of times. And, it's not easy going into some of these counties and taking over and doing what they do. And I just want everybody to know that I think we as a whole deeply appreciate all the hard work behind the scenes that they do. It's not an easy job, and I think it's a thankless job. I don't think we toot their horns as much as we should, because I'll tell you, that's a tough thing to do. That's all I have.
It really is. It has to be.
Yes, I'm sure that you're not well received in some areas. I too had the privilege of attending the 25 Education Alliance Summit, where Jennifer Garner was our guest speaker. It was delightful, and the students that were there representing all of those programs in agriculture. It was the theme was agricultural education, and her philanthropy with Once Upon a Farm and Feed the Children. So that was exciting. Dr. White and I got to actually be front and center to witness that. Also, I attended the Education Alliance board meeting, and I was maybe mistakenly invited to the Educators Rising board meeting, but it was, I know, I was delighted though to hear all about what they were doing. So I'm glad I just was a little fly on the wall in that. And as far as foster children, your question is a good one to bring up, because I believe Fairmont State has middle college that actually does deal with those students that are aging out. And I hope that they're having success, and maybe we can ask them to report at some point. With no other business to come before us, our next meeting will be our regular meeting on July 9th here in Charleston. And then we will follow that up with a special meeting on July 14th at noon here in Charleston. Any other business to come before us? I ask for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Dr. Stansberry, seconded by Mr. Dunleavy. All in favor, aye. Opposed? Motion carries.